Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome back to Darwin for day 5, the penultimate day of the 2026 Oceania Athletics Championships here at a equally sunny Arafura Stadium in Darwin. A little bit cloudier than yesterday, but an awesome day for athletics. As we enter the 5th day, we will be featuring a lot of our under 16 and under 20 championships, which will highlight the up-and-coming athletes from the Pacific Island nations in particular. But then as things get towards the middle of the program, some of the highlight events, the men's and women's 400 metre hurdles open championships. Men's featuring Matthew Hunt from Australia and Kyle Bennett, as well as Ashley Maloney, who is still transitioning across from the decathlon to the 400 hurdles, and has improved with every run he's done in the 400 hurdles. We have Sarah Carley up against Alana Jukic. Marley Wilkinson also in there. A full field of 8 at this stage in those events. In the field, our 2 showcase events for today. The Women's Senior Triple Jump Championship. Deslea Wusu and Isabel Lewison-Rowe, the 2 standouts there. Tiana Boras also will be challenging them. Anna Collins from New Zealand will attempt to put an upset there amongst the 3 Australians. And then we have the Women's Open Shot Put Championship. This is one of the fields of the meet. Holly Robinson, who took out the Para Championship yesterday. She is competing. Emma Berg, the numerous times Australian champion. Marianne Medishru from Fiji. Zylavine Beale from Australia. And of course, Atamama Tutafiava from Tonga, a regular medalist across this event, and probably goes into this event as favourite alongside Emma Berg and Zylavine Beale. So that event, 4:45 local time later on in the day after the women's triple jump. But shortly we'll be getting underway with our under 16 and under 20 sprint hurdle races over the 90, 100 and 110. So they will be our first events. Women's under 16 90 metre hurdles. Field of 4 will be underway at 2:11, so about 10 minutes away. As you can see, some of our Tongan crowd certainly getting into the spirit of the competition. They've been here and very vocal from day 1. Of course, Tonga was the host nation for the Oceania Cup November last year, where a number of these athletes also competed. Again, highlighting the camaraderie and participation level, as well as the elite performances of athletics across the Oceania region, not just with the Australians and New Zealanders, but this competition giving the opportunity for those athletes from the smaller nations to compete at that top level, observe, also be coached and have development from those larger countries, and take that back to their own island nations for the future development of the sport and the region. The 2026 Oceania Athletics Championships are proudly hosted by Australian Athletics in partnership with Athletics Northern Territory and the local organising committee. We also thank our valued partners and supporters, including Tourism and Events Northern Territory, Airport Development Group, Thrifty Car and Truck Rental, Darwin Airport Resorts and Territory Sports Medicine for helping bring Oceania's premier athletics event to life here in Darwin. Their support is helping us welcome athletes and fans from across the Pacific and beyond for a week of world-class competition in the top end. And we also thank the assistance of Global Headquarters, E3 Productions and Mojo Collective, which allow us to bring this event to you wherever you may be watching in the world. As you can see from the track there, the hurdles are set ready for the first of our races, which is the under 60 90 metres. For those not familiar with the hurdles advancement, as they increase in age, the distance of the events gets larger, and in some cases so also does the height of the hurdles. So the ones you can see set there are the under 16 women's 90 metre hurdles. They are 76.2 centimetres high. Then for the next two events, which is the under 16 men and the under 20 women, we go to 100 metres and they go up one step to 83.8 centimetres. They under 20 males, they then go to 110 metres and 99.1. So as the athletes develop through their personal development and also their athletics careers and their own growth patterns, they have the added challenge of changing their strategy for how many steps they take between each hurdle, and also how many hurdles. They will traditionally have 10 hurdles to jump, but obviously for the shorter races there can sometimes be less. But once they get to open level, the opens all jump 10 hurdles, 110 at the top height for the men, 100 at the top height for the women. And then once they reach the masters level, which we've also seen quite a bit of this week, as the bodies start to develop in the opposite direction, the hurdles start to come back down in height. And we have had some hurdlers this week at a very high age group, and they consequently jump a very low hurdle. As you can see from that start list for our first 90 metre hurdles, again a very wide range of background of competitors. We have the invitational athletes from the New Caledonia region who don't actually come under Oceania Athletics, Victoria, Tonga and Niue. A number of these athletes would have competed at the Australian Junior Championships in Brisbane about 4 weeks ago, and rather than end their season there, some of them have made the choice to extend their season into May and travel to Darwin to take part in this event, which also benefits our Pacific Island visitors. It gives them a higher standard of competition rather than just having the very small fields. It gives them an indication of where they sit against the local Australian and New Zealand athletes. So it's great to see that support and participation going both ways. So as the girls prepare their hurdles for the under 16 90 metre hurdles, other events going on this afternoon, mainly centred around the outdoor pentathlon for the Masters women. The men competed their outdoor pentathlon this morning. The women's, they've got the 5 events, the 100 metres, the shot put, long jump, javelin and 800 metres, all within about a 3 to 4 hour time period. So a lot of short, sharp, explosive events, but over a very short time period, so not a lot of time to recover. those ladies have done their 100, and at the moment they're only doing their shot put. So the men this morning, they completed the long jump, javelin, 200, discus and the 1500. As you can imagine, by the time they got to the 1500s, there were no world records being broken in that. It was just the challenge of getting around the 3 3/4 laps. The next event up on the track is the under 16 women's 90 metre hurdles. Field of 4. In lane 3 from Niue, Lace Patuki. In 4 from Tonga, Alola Salt. In 5 from Victoria, Billy Grayling. And in 6 from New Caledonia, Athena Marat. Field of 4 for the women's 90 metre hurdles under 16 with the starter now. So away in the under 16 90 metre hurdles, Marat on the outside, Patuki on the inside, away very strongly. It looks like Lace Patuki from Niue might be just ahead of Athena Marat, and as they come over the line, that will be the order. The Alalea Salt from Tonga will take third, Billy Grayling crossing in fourth. So great sportsmanship being shown there by the girls at the finish. Lace Patuki, 13.81. First across the line. Athena Marat from New Caledonia, 13.88. Alalai Salt, 14.38. And Billy Grayling from Victoria, 15.12. As you can see, right from the start, Patuki and Marat on the two extremities got away very strongly, and Patuki just had a very slight edge as they went across the last couple of hurdles, and once they hit the flat bit for the sprint to the finish, she just edged ahead to take out that event. Now wait while our volunteers officials change the hurdles to the 100 metre length and also the 83.8 centimetre height. A great group of volunteers. All those people you can see out there on the track, they all give their time free of charge, all self-funded travel from wherever they may have come from across Australia, New Zealand and the Pacific Islands, so that these events can go on so well, especially with this week being National Volunteer Week. Those of you on social media would have seen Oceania Athletics, Australia Athletics, Athletics New Zealand and all the various state bodies putting up regular posts acknowledging their volunteers, without who this sport would not be anywhere near as enjoyable or as successful as it is across not just Australia, New Zealand, the Pacific, but across the world. So we do send a thank you out to all our officials, regardless of their level, whether they're here or just helping out at their local centre, Little Athletics, or every other sport as well. You may be wondering as you watch these officials setting up the next hurdles race why, when there only appear to be 2 athletes on the start line, why the officials are setting up a large amount of hurdles. Part of that is because the requirements of hurdling do require the body to go, or the legs to go totally over the height of the hurdle. So if we only had the 2 lots of hurdles, you could find that some of these athletes, their legs may go outside the line of the hurdle and actually go below. So by having those hurdles in the lanes adjacent to them, it gives the officials a lot better indication as to whether the athletes are staying within the lane and also keeping their leg at the appropriate level so that no one gets an unfair advantage. So as you can see from our start list, our previous race had quite a range of nationalities represented. This time we just have the 2 Queenslanders, so these 2 boys have probably raced each other at various levels through the Queensland and Australia progression system. But as you can see, both these in the standard maroon uniform of Athletics Queensland. So they will be going head to head shortly in the under 16 men's 100 metre hurdles. So next event on the track is the under 16 men's 100 metre hurdles. In lane 4 from Queensland, James Smiles. In 5 from Queensland, Oliver Finlay. Field of 2 under 16 men's 100 metre hurdles with the starter now. So Smiles away well, getting slight edge over Finlay already. He did have the quicker entry time by about a second, and James Smiles hurdling very smoothly, just 1 row to get over, and whilst Finlay was closing the gap, Smiles will take out that under 16 100 metre hurdles. So James Smiles first, Oliver Finlay taking second. 15.03 the time for James Smiles, 15.16 for Oliver Finlay, so just 0.13 between them at the end. As you can see from the start, Smiles got quite a good start. So somewhat slightly smoother hurdling technique. Lengthened the gap until about the 3rd last hurdle when the gap started to close again. And once they got over that last hurdle, Smiles just easing through the finish line to take that gold medal. Next up we will have the under 20 women who, like the under 16 boys, will go 100 metres at 83.8, so there's no need for any adjustment for the hurdles. However, we'll see the officials put down normally the 4th row of hurdles so that the girls before their race can do their run-throughs and have a safe area to stop after the 3rd hurdle. Once they're ready to go, those hurdles will be replaced, checked by the referee, ready for the start of the event. So the girls for the 100-metre hurdles under 20 just setting their blocks, looking at the entry times. This could be a very close race. Also of interest backing up today, Hazel Wilson from Guam, the girl facing away from the hurdles in lane 6 there. She ran in the open 100 hurdles yesterday, so the same specifications, 100 metres at 83.8. In the heat, she broke the Guam national record, which was her own record previously. She then came out an hour later and broke it again. So she's certainly on a record-breaking streak this week with 2 new national records yesterday afternoon. 15:67 was the second of those yesterday. Let's see if she can go for the trifecta and break it 3 times in less than 24 hours. Gilroy and Atrui also have entry times in the 1560s, so we could have a very close race coming up shortly. Next up on the track is the final of the under 20 women's 100 metre hurdles. In lane 3 from Tonga, Ofa Tuafua. In 4 from French Polynesia, Kiara Gilroy. In 5 from French Polynesia, Mahavia Atrui. And in lane 6 from Guam, Hazel Wilson. Field of 4 for the under 20 women's 100 metre hurdles with the starter now. So the 4 girls on the start line, as mentioned earlier, Gilroy, Atrui and Wilson all have entry times of 15.6 something. So less than a tenth of a second between the 3 of them. And Hazel Wilson 2 national Guam records yesterday in the heats and the final of the open women's 100 metre hurdles up against Michelle Janicki. So away smoothly and not a lot between them as they go over the first hurdle. Wilson on the outside, Atrui beside her, Gilroy, Tuafui. Atrui's probably just slightly ahead. Wilson just clipping one of those hurdles. That's Atrui, Gilroy, Wilson. And it will be Mahavi Atrui from French Polynesia takes out the gold. I think it was Kiara Gilroy second and Hazel Wilson third. 15:38 for Atrui. And Hazel Wilson has done it again, 15:59, so her third national record in less than 24 hours. 15:63 for Kiara Gilroy in third and 16:30 for Ofa Tuafua from Tonga in fourth. So as you can see, they were all very close going across the hurdles. Atrui just edging away over probably the 8th and 9th, and then came off the last hurdle clear to take out that gold medal just ahead of Wilson and Gilroy. More adjustment of the hurdles now as they get moved out to the 110 metre hurdle distance. This is the final hurdles event for the competition, or sprint hurdles anyway. We do have 2 400 hurdles later this afternoon. They're probably the 2 events today. So the under 20 men, they do the 110 metre hurdles with the height at 99.1 centimetres. So the under 18 men, they clear the hurdles at 91.4 centimetres, and the under 20, which we're about to watch, they have 99.1 centimetres as their height. Once they reach the year in which they're turning 20 and move up into the open category, the hurdles go to the maximum height of 106.7 centimetres, which is only jumped by the open males. The women under 18 jump 76.2, and then they go up to 83.8 at under 20 level and remain at that height for the open age group. So while the under 20s go up a step, the women stay the same. The 400, the under 20 men and open men, both at 91.4, and the women at under 18, under 20 and open stay at 76.2 for the 400 and the newly reinstated 300 metre hurdle events. And as you can see from that vision there is no officials who get any easier than others. Richard Lavish, the man you can see there with the green towel, recently honoured with a OAM in the Australia Day Honours List for his services to athletics at various levels, including in the heat of Darwin, moving hurdles in an Oceania championship. Been heavily involved recently, training a number of Australian officials who are about to undertake examinations for the next level of the officials accreditation. But today his task, or one of his tasks, is out there moving hurdles. So the two athletes in the under 20 110 metre hurdles just setting their blocks. As you can see, if it was 112 metres, they would be starting on the grass, so most tracks around the world set to facilitate the 110 metre hurdles, the longest sprint event in athletics. Athletes just going through their final preparation. Simon Tang, also fresh off a record this week. He set a new Northern Marianas Island record for the 400 metre hurdles earlier in the championships. Now ready to go over the shorter hurdles. So the next event on the track, the under 20 men's 110 metre hurdles. In lane 4 from the Northern Marianas, Simon Tang. In lane 5 from Tonga, Eric Tuiono. Field of 2 with the starter now for the under 20 men's 110 metre hurdles. So the athletes just getting that extra little jump in their legs before they go down. Tang, as mentioned, a new 400 metre hurdles record earlier in the week of 57.43. But now over the shorter hurdles, or shorter distance, higher hurdles. So away smoothly, Tang away well. Edging slightly ahead of Tuono over the first couple of hurdles, and Tang moving strongly, even though these are higher. He's going quite smoothly, coming down, just 3 hurdles to go. And he will add the 110 title to his 400 title. Tuono will come through smoothly to take the silver medal. So great run there by Simon Tang, 15.02 for the 110 hurdles, 16.16 for Eric Tuono for second place. So as you can see, Tang away smoothly. Tuono was with him, but the superior hurdling technique of Tang just enabled him to edge away bit by bit across the duration of the race. Tang possibly didn't even clip any hurdles, which is always a good sign. And so the hurdles will now be packed away. That's our last sprint hurdle of the week's competition. We've seen them from under 16 through to 85-year-olds going over the hurdles this week, varying abilities, determination levels and results. But next up we'll be going on to something a bit longer with the men's under 16 and under 20 1500 metre race. A number of these athletes we've seen earlier in the week in the 800 metres. So the next event will be under 16 and under 20 combined, with the under 16 being the almost an Australian championship and the under 20 being the island event, with 5 boys or men in the under 20s, Northern Marianas, 2 of our Hawaiian visitors, 1 from Guam and 1 from Tonga, while the under 16 will feature 1 from the Northern Territory and 1 from New South Wales. So the visitor, the home and the visitors from across the Pacific will all go head to head, with 7 in the race all up across the 2 age groups. So you can see the athletes out on the track now, just doing their final run-throughs, ready for the 1500 metres. De Ramos, the Guam athlete. We've seen him in a couple of events across the weekend. Landon Tafflinger, who you can also see there in the Northern Mariana uniform. He's another one who's already broken a record this weekend, or this week. In his 800 earlier in the week, he took the open and under 2800 metre record. So next up on the track is the under 16 and under 20 1500 metres. In the under 16s, in position 1 from New South Wales, Zachary West. In position 2 from the Northern Territory, Jensen Badulf. In the under 20s, in position 3 from the Northern Marianas, Landon Tafflinger. In 4 from Hawaii, Derek Payne. In 5 from Hawaii, James Payne. In 6 from Guam, Renia de Ramos. And in 7 from Tonga, Moanga Leo. So 7 athletes. So Wayne, it's Zachary West moving straight to the front. Ran a very good 800 yesterday, now back for the 1500. Leo from Tonga has a quick look before he comes across. Settling in second, ahead of De Ramos. The Payne double, and back to Bedelf and Tafflinger. So just a nice steady stream as they come into the straight the first time. Only change being Payne for Payne. Although Tafflinger, fresh off his national 800 metre record earlier in the week, he starts to move up. As they come past the finish line the first time, Zachary West, he's the youngest in the field, but he's leading them out. Leo from Tonga in second. Payne and Payne from Hawaii. So De Ramos from Guam in that group. Then back to Tafflinger and Badulf. But Zachary West still looking quite smooth at the front. 4:19.86 his entry time, presumably his PB. James Payne, he's moved up into second. De Ramos going with him around the outside of Liao. Back to Derek Payne. Tafflinger staying on there. And Badulf just starting to drop off a little bit, but he's got the local crowd. Hopefully they'll get behind him and help him get back onto that pack, or at least 5:13 his entry time, so presumably his PB as well. So that can be his goal for the day. Nothing better than stepping up a level and still managing to get a PB. So as they come down the straight, still West leading. James Payne, De Ramos, Derek Payne. So still a stream of 6, but gaps starting to develop. Still West leading. James Payne still trying to close that gap, or at least maintain it as they come up towards 600 to go. It's Payne in second, De Ramos. Liao the Tongan sitting in there quite comfortably. Back to Payne, Tafflinger and Badulf. As they go past the water jump for the second last time. Clock just ticking past 3 minutes as Zachary West comes into the straight. Still James Payne in second. De Ramos. So we haven't seen much change in the order, just the gaps have been slightly increasing, slightly decreasing. But Zachary West's led the whole way, told these older boys to challenge him. De Ramos now moving around the outside of Payne as they get the bell. So De Ramos into second. James Payne back to third. But West, if anything, has opened up the gap. He's decided he wants to be the first across the line, regardless of age group. He's the youngest out there. He wants to be the first finished. And running smoothly down the back straight as he goes past the call room. De Ramos in second. Tafflinger moving through into third. As he mentioned, he broke the 800 metre national record earlier in the week. So he's got a bit of pace. West leads them into the bend inside the last 200. Coming past the water jump. Zachary West still leading. Probably about 8 metres. Back to De Ramos from Guam. Tafflinger from Northern Marianas now clear in third. West, he's led all the way, but De Ramos starting to challenge him. It's the younger West. But De Ramos moves around outside him. Tafflinger starting to come home strongly as well. But as they come down to the finish, Zachary West led the first 1460, but De Ramos wants to lead the important 40. He leads Zachary West across the finish line. Landon Tafflinger in third. Back to Leo the Tongan. So Rinia De Ramos 4:24.54. Zachary West 4:24.94. So just 0.4 of a second between the two. Tafflinger 4:25.83. Leo 4:30 on the knocker. James Payne gets the bragging rights there with 4:36.42, just ahead of Derek Payne 4:39.81. And the local Jensen Badolf coming through 5:03. So if that was his PB, was an entry time, he's just done a 10-second PB. So if so, an incredible performance there from Jensen Badolf. Now that the under 16, under 20 men have finished their 1500, next up will be the women's turn. And we've got the under 16, under 20, and also the para-ambulant women's 1500. So 3 races in one coming up shortly. Field of 3 in the under 16 from one tropical island of Nauru, another one from the tropical island of Tasmania, and our third one from Queensland. The under 20s from Guam and Fiji, and in the paras we have the Australian athlete. So again, a very wide ranging background of athletes in our 1500 metres for women, across the under 16s, the under 20s and the paras. So the women just doing their final stretch outs down the back straight in preparation for this 1500 metres. As mentioned, we've got 1 athlete in the open para event, 3 in the under 16 women's and 2 in the under 20 women's. So next up on the track is the women's 1500 metres for para-ambulant under 16 and under 20s. In the para-ambulant in position 1 from Australia, Belinda Scott. In the under 16s in position 2 from Nauru, Delana Kanth. From Tasmania, Cassia Charles. From Queensland, Allegra Clark. In the under 20s in position 5 from Guam, Gwenazar Barsanar. And from Fiji, Gladys Simpson. Field of 6 across 3 events in the women's 1500 metres with the starter now. Bit of unsteadiness there on the start, so we'll go back and try again. So away this time, and it's Charles and Clark trying to take up the running as they go down the back straight. Bit quicker start than the men's race a minute ago, but Allegra Clark going out very strongly for a 1500. Cassia Charles sitting in beside her, then back to the 2 under 20 girls, Barsanar and Simpson. Belinda Scott in the para event. And then Delana Kanth from Nauru. But as they come into the straight the first time, they'll come down to the finish line and get 3 laps to go. It's Allegra Clark. Her entry time 5:11. Charles in second has an entry time of 4:57. Belinda Scott going a bit wide to go past the 2 under 20 girls, although she's sitting outside Simpson, and that's the order they'll go through past the finish line the first time. Just ahead of Barsanar and Kanth behind them. But as they go back to the start line at the end of the first 400, Charles has taken over from Clark. Going smoothly up the back straight, a steady stream like the boys' race was. Simpson in third, Barsanar in fourth, and Scott in fifth. Then back to Delana Kanth just coming into the straight, but on this second lap, Charles has opened up about a 10 to 15 metre gap already over Allegra Clark as they come around past the water jump. And as they come into the straight, they'll have 900 to go. Charles leading by probably 10 to 12 metres. Back to Clark. Simpson, Barsanar opening up a bit of a gap, then back to Belinda Scott and Delana Kanth, but Cassia Charles running smoothly down the straight. She'll get 2 laps to go. About 2:15 as she goes past the finish line that time. Allegra Clark, she'll be about 2:21, so about a 6-second gap. Cassia Charles opened up in that second lap. Belinda Scott just going through there, but it's still Charles running quite smoothly as she goes round past the start line. 800 metres covered in about 2:36 for Cassia Charles. Clark still in second, just ahead of Simpson. And probably about a 15 metre gap back to Barsanar. Then back to Belinda Scott, just going through the 800 metre mark. And Delana Kanth just coming around to start her second last lap. But Charles has passed the water jump. She's about to come into the straight to come down to the bell. So she'll have 1 lap to go. Still lengthening that gap and running smoothly. She passes the wind gauge at the halfway mark of the finishing straight. As you can see in the background, Clark still just ahead of Simpson. But Cassia Charles will go through and get the bell. 3:39 with a lap to go. 4:57 her entry time, possibly her PB, so 78 seconds for the last lap to beat that entry time. Simpson from Fiji's now taken over second place as she gets the bell just ahead of the early leader Clark. Then back to Barsanar and Belinda Scott trying to close the gap on her as they get the bell. But it's still Charles going down past the call room on the back straight. She's got about 250 to go. She took over the lead at the end of the first lap and has gradually lengthened it out to be probably about 70 metres as she goes past the mark with 200 to go. Simpson still ahead of Clark as they go up with 250 to go. But Charles just going past the water jump. So she's got about 140 to go, starting to come into the straight. Simpson still ahead of Clark as they get 200 to go. As Delana Canth from Nauru comes down to get the bell, Cassia Charles will come down to get the finish line. It's going to be just outside 5 minutes, so it won't be a PB for Cassia, but she's run a great race running the last 1100 on her own. Time about 5:05 to take out the under 16 women's 1500 metres. See the close battle in the background. Still Simpson ahead of Clark. Clark trying to challenge. As they come into the last 10 metres, Simpson will kick and she will just hold on. She'll take out the under 20 event. Allegra Clark will take second place in the under 16s. Barsanar from Guam coming down towards the finish line now. She will take second place in the under 20 event. And a great run from Belinda Scott in the para event. She will take out the gold medal in that event. And our final competitor, Delana Canth, just going up the back straight past the call room with about 250 to go. So 5:05.43, the winning time for Cassia Charles from Tasmania. 5:23.05 for Glenn Simpson from Fiji to take out the under 20 event, just ahead of Allegra Clark, who took second in the under 16s. 5:23.13 her time. Barsanar takes second in the under 20s with 5:41.65. Belinda Scott, her time 5:42.80, which of course will still be compared to the baseline just to give her an indication, although she will obviously take the gold medal for being first in the para. And Delana Canth from Nauru just coming into the finish straight. Again, another of our Pacific Island visitors getting a great opportunity to compete at this top level. And the crowd getting behind Delana as she comes down with 20 metres to go. And she'll be just outside 7 minutes for her 1500 metre journey as part of the Oceania Championships here in Darwin. So as you can see from the replay, Allegra Clark went out very hard from the start. Charles was looking a bit more comfortable, but let Clark go to take the lead early on. But that only lasted about 400 metres, and from there on it was Charles leading and lengthening that gap. We had a great battle between Simpson and Clark for second on the track. And as they came down to the finish line, Clark moved outside to try and get past, but Simpson responded and just held on by just 8/100ths of a second to take second on the track. So we've gone from hurdles to 1500s. Next up we'll go to the one lap, the 400 metres. for the under-20 men's. Field of 7 again covering the Pacific region. Fiji represented, Vanuatu, Kiribati, the Cook Islands, and a double up from Hawaii. So great to see with many of our presentations this week with particularly the Pacific nations, the amount of athletes who have gone to the middle podium proudly displaying their national flags. Some flags which you very rarely see, some better known ones such as the Tongan flag, but also the lesser known ones such as the Northern Marianas Islands. Also great to see some of the smaller nations who didn't have any open athletes competing earlier in the week, but they have sent some of the younger teams with the under 16s for countries like Niue, a lot of who are based in New Zealand, but some who have travelled across the Pacific from those islands. So we saw the Polynesian Championships held earlier in the year in Auckland in conjunction with the New Zealand Championships, which again highlights the abilities and opportunities that exist for those athletes across the South Pacific. The Oceania Cup, which was held in Tonga late last year, featured teams made up of the regions, so not only were the athletes representing their countries, but we had the Polynesian, the Melanesian, Micronesian, competing against Australian and New Zealand developmental teams, as well as the Hawaiians who travelled to that event as well. And great to see some of them competing this weekend as invitational athletes. So talking about the colours, the next race on the track features the Vanuatuan uniform, which you may have seen if you tuned in yesterday. A very bright green, red, black and yellow. Probably up there with the Cook Islands and Papua New Guinea for the brightest uniforms across the Pacific nations. So you can see on your screen there as they're warming up the Cook Islands, green in the outside and the darker green of the Vanuatuans on the inside. And also there you have Fiji, just the traditional plain white with the black around the sleeves and the word Fiji across the middle, same as their rugby team. They just keep it simple. So the next event on the track is the men's under 20 400 metres. In lane 2 from Fiji, Verimo Vasatauga. In 3 from Vanuatu, Jimmy Jenica. In 4 from Hawaii, Josh Martinez. In 6 from Hawaii, Mason Walker. And in 7 from the Cook Islands, Zarian Heather Rao. Field of 5 for the under 20 men's 400 metres with the starter now. See the difference of the athletes preparing, some looking quite intensely, the Fijian bouncing around, keeping the blood pumping, just waiting for the starter to call them into their blocks, which is happening now. So away smoothly the first time. Heather Rao leading them out from the outside with the benefit of the stagger, but it's the Vanuatuan Jimmy Jenica coming through very strongly on the inside. Vasatoga, the Fijian, trying to go with him, but it's Jenica leading as they go up the back straight. The two Hawaiians sitting there in the middle, but at the moment appears to be Jenica and Vasatoga as they go through the 200. Heather Rao on the outside, still running strongly, and now it's the Fijian with the benefit of the stagger. He's come through on the inside of the bend. Legs are also slightly longer than the Vanuatuan, who's done an awesome 200, but now he's starting to feel it in the second half. But it's the Fijian, Vasatoga, leading them down the inside. Heather Rao trying to fight on down the outside, but it's Martinez from Hawaii. He's run a very balanced race to come through and take second. Heather Rao will take third. Jenica finding the second 200 a bit harder than the first, but I think he might have just dipped under the 1 minute mark. Then back to Walker rounding out that field. So Verimo Vaswatoga from Fiji, 49.89. Martinez from Hawaii, 52.11. Heather Rao from the Cook Islands takes the next spot with 53.41. Jenica, who led them out hard and then struggled a bit over the last 200, 57.51. So a great finish. And Walker rounding out the field with 59.49. So as you can see from the replay, Jenica ran a very good 200 metres. Unfortunately then found out it was a 400. But he dragged the Fijian through comfortably for the first half. Jenica, you can see going through there, he hits the 200 metre mark, and just as he does that, the Fijian goes past him. From there, it was a very smooth last 200 for Vaswatoga. And then Martinez came through strongly down the middle, keeping right to the outside of his lane. There was never any danger of him standing on the inside lane. But he came through to take second place, and Heather Rao held on for third. Next up on the track is the women's under 16 and under 20 400 metres. In the under 16s, in lane 4 from the Northern Territory, Bronte Bellot. In the under 20s, in lane 5 from French Polynesia, Lila Rose Chevette. And in lane 6 from Fiji, Adesiva Lutamalage. So the under 16 and under 20 400 metres with the starter now. And also adding into the field, in lane 3, fresh off that 1500, Delana Kantz from Nauru, back to double up with the 400. So a field of 4 with the starter now. So a bit unsteady at the start there. We'll just leave that one with the starters. And unfortunately, Delana Kantz, after rushing across from her 1500, has unfortunately received the red and black card, which means she won't get to do the 400. So down the second time with just the 3 now. Bellot, Chevette, Lutamalage. So away at the second attempt from the Bronte Bellot from the Northern Territory on the inside. Then the under 20s. Away strongly, Lutamalage from Fiji on the outside, but Chevette from French Polynesia coming up on the inside of her as they go down the back straight. Bellot not that far behind and still has the benefit of the stagger as they go around the top bend. She's got an entry time just under 1 minute, which is always a nice little barrier to break in the 400 metres. But it's Chevette from French Polynesia taking up the running as they go past the water jump, but Bellot's coming through very strongly on the inside. Lutamalage, we saw how strongly her Fijian teammate finished in the men's a minute ago. Will she do the same? But as they come into the straight, there's not a lot between them. But it's Bellot on the inside. Let's the local crowd get behind her. Fijian fighting back strongly down the outside, but as they come through the line, it will be Bronte Bellot takes out the under 16s and also first on the track. Adesiva Lutamalage from Fiji will take out the under 20 race just ahead of Lila Rose Chevette. And 59.11 for Bronte Bellot. So if her entry time was a PB, it's not anymore. She's taken that down to 59.11, 59.68 for Lutamalage, and 101.39 for Lila Rose Chevette. So Bellot started off controlled while the other two opened up a gap. Chevette came through very strongly in the middle and was probably leading halfway down the back straight as they went past the call room. But Bellot didn't let them get too far away. And as they came round the top bend, Chevette started to drop back a little bit, and Bellot came through on the inside and held off the fast finishing Lutamalage to take out the under 16 400, while Lutamalage will take the gold in the under 20 400. You can see as they were coming into the straight, they got to the point where they were almost side by side across the track, but unfortunately at that stage Bellot was going forwards. Chevette was going backwards slightly, so the gap opened up fairly quickly. And Bronte Bellot, the local girl, doing a great job in front of her home crowd to take out the under 16 women's 400. And you thought the hurdles earlier looked high. We now move on to the 3,000 metre steeple. This is the Masters men's 30 to 59. And those hurdles there are 83.8 centimetres high, so the same height as what the girls went over earlier in the 100 metre hurdles, but considerably heavier and hurt a fair bit more when you hit them. Next up on the track is the Masters Men's 30 to 59 3,000 metre steeplechase. Field of two, Chester Lennon from Australia and Drew McDonald from Australia. Field with the starter now. So due to the nature of the Darwin track having a water jump on the inside of the bend, athletes in the 3,000 metre steeple will run all the way to the finish line for the first lap before they are required to do their first jump. So they'll get 7 laps to go. Each of those 7 laps will feature the challenge of 5 wooden hurdles, one of which has a large expanse of water just after it. So these two have done pretty much every event across the week, ranging from the 60 metres through to the shot put, hammer, discus. If there was a marathon on, they would have done it. Chester's in training for the Gold Coast Marathon in July. Those familiar with the nature of the bends on an athletics track would be able to see that Chester is obviously the more experienced runner because he's sticking to lane 1, which means he will do about 3,000 metres, where Drew is sitting in lane 2, which means he'll do about 4,500 metres. So they'll be pleased to know that as they go up the back straight, they've only got 33 hurdles to go. Just passing the start line again. You can see the variety in the hurdling technique. Chester steps on each hurdle as he goes over, while Drew doing the more traditional hurdling style, clearing the jump each time. So the first time in the water jump, that'll cool them off a bit. And you have to do that 6 more times. As you can see, both athletes having a bit of a laugh. So coming down to get 6 laps to go. So only 30 hurdles left. See both runners just going past the discus cage where the athletes are preparing for the men's para-ambulant discus, which we will move to shortly once we watch a couple more of these fantastic examples of how to get over an 83.8 centimetre high hurdle. they come around again, ready for the second attempt at the water jump. But as they do that, we will move to the men's para-ambulant discus throw. So a field of 11 from New Zealand, Zach Lappin. From Australia, Mark Everett. From Australia, Lee O'Halloran. From Fiji, Vilimoni Balianu. From regional Australia, Malachi Canning. From Australia, Benjamin Kalanjuk. From New Zealand, Daniel Meyer. From Vanuatu, Levi Levisakapo. From New Zealand, Jack Adams. From Australia, Sam Page. And from Fiji, Sitaveni Konataki. So a field of 11 in the men's para-ambulant discus throw. As we've seen with the other para events across the week, both on the track and in the field, the results in these are not done by pure distance. Each athlete, depending on their category of para categorisation, will have a baseline distance, which their performance today will be compared against by our Athletics Australia technical experts, and based on that the medals will be awarded to the best 3 performed athletes based on those percentages rather than the actual distance. So we have a number of different categories in this one. We have a number of F37s, F42s, F46s. Malachi Canning, the local Northern Territory athlete, he's a F20. Zach Lappin getting the competition underway there, the New Zealander. Mark Everett there, he's a F38 athlete competing in the New South Wales uniform. So again, a good indication of how these athletes are performing is comparing their performances today to their seed mark, if you're able to see that. So 37.12 for Mark Everett. So his entry time was 38.85, so not that far off for his first throw. Vilimoni Balianu from Fiji in the circle now. He's an F37 with an entry or seed of 24 metres 81. And unfortunately a foul for him to start off the competition. Malachi Canning into the circle now in the regional Australian uniform. Been quite a prolific competitor across the last few years at Australian Junior and All Schools Championships, regularly appearing in medal presentations. 30.98 there for Malachi's first attempt. Benjamin Kalanjuk, he's a F21, next into the circle. He already has a couple of medals to take back to the nation's capital from the sprint events earlier in the weekend. Now turning his attention to the discus throw. Quite a crowd favourite is Benjamin. He's the most popular athlete in the Kalanjuk household. Just ask him, he'll tell you, a very bubbly young athlete. 12.38 his first throw. Daniel Meyer from New Zealand. He's got a 35.19 entry distance. F37 category. $28.17 for Daniel to open his competition. Next up, from Vanuatu, Livu Levisakopau, T41 athlete. Also picked up a medal earlier in the week in the 100 from memory. Very dramatic finish to the event where he dived across the finish line. It was enough to get him a medal. Wearing that previously mentioned very bright and colourful Vanuatu uniform. 14 metres 12 for Livu to open his competition. Jack Adams from New Zealand. So 31 metres 55, the first throw there for Jack Adams, getting his competition underway. Sam Peach from Australia into the circle next. He's an F37 with an entry distance of 35.61. So as you can see, the para-athletes quite often much quicker in and out of the circle. You see some of our able-bodied athletes who tend to take that bit more time to concentrate, whereas the paras, they know what they're doing, they're in there, they're determined to do it. Sitavini Konatachi up next. Another of our Fijian visitors, 26 metres his entry time. The lovely clear white uniform and the nice bright fluoro green socks. So just the half turn and putting it out there. Nicely putting it very close to the official so he doesn't have to walk far to put down the marker for the EDM measuring system. That's how we get our results to you so quickly. No more very more common than the traditional tape and spike measure. 26.76 for Sitovini for his first attempt. Zach Lappin getting us underway now for the second round. 34.02 in the first round. $32.81 for Zach's second throw, so his 34.02 from round one still the best, or his best. Mark Everett currently has the best throw after round one with 37.12, but now into the circle for his second throw. And unfortunately that one not quite going through the gap in the net, so no improvement for Mark Everett in round two. So Villamoni Balianu back in for his second attempt. Unfortunately, he had a foul in the first round, so looking to get on the board in round two. And yes, we see the spike go in the ground there, so Villamoni will be on the board for round two. Just wait and see how far. $20 metres 65 for Villamoni, so much better than his first attempt. 24.81 his entry. Malachi Canning now back into the circle. 30.98 his first round. Like quite a good throw there from Malachi for his second round. Looking to improve on his 30.98 from the first round. Medalist earlier in the week in the javelin. $32.79, so Malachi adding nearly 2 metres in that second round throw. The ponytailed Benjamin Kalanjuk from Canberra now into the circle for his second round. 12.38 his first round throw. And unfortunately missing the edge of the landing area there, so a foul for Benjamin in his second round, so 12.38 remains his best. Just visualising the way it should come out of his hand as he walks out of the circle, or maybe he's hurt his hand. But hopefully we'll see Benjamin back shortly for his third round. Daniel Meyer up next. $28.17 his first round. $29.85 for Daniel in the second round. So again, almost a 2 metre improvement on his first round throw. Livu Levisakapo, the Vanuatuan thrower, into the circle next. 14.12 for Livu in the first round. Waiting for the distance for that. 14.23, so he's improved 11 centimetres from round 1 to round 2. Hopefully on the improve across the next 4 throws. But Jack Adams from New Zealand next into the circle. 31.55 for Jack, an F46 athlete in the first round. Looking to improve on that in the second. The watching eye of Kylie Nissen, one of our well-known sports photographers, with the hat there. And that's out near you can see the 30-metre mark in the background. So 31.55 was Jack's first throw. Bit of a shake of the head as he walks out, so 30.21. Sam Page, F37, into the circle next. 27.51, his first round throw. And unfortunately Sam's also gone for the right-hand side of the V, but a little bit too far and just outside the permitted landing area. And you may have noticed in the background the steeples are now slightly lower. We'll head back to the track shortly for the 2,000 metre steeple for the Masters, which is the men's 60 upwards, and also the women's steeple. They run 2,000 with the steeples at 76.2 centimetres, so lowered down from that 83.8 that we saw Chester give us a great lesson of how to go over shortly. Davini Conataci there in the discus. Of the men's discus, Zach Lappin 31.76, so consistent in the 30s, but unfortunately on the downward trajectory slightly across the first 3 rounds. Hopefully we can turn that around in the 4th round for Zach. Mark Everett has the furthest distance so far with a 37.12, but unfortunately won't improve on that again, putting this one into the net. Philemoni Balianu in now for his 3rd throw. Opened up with a foul, but then got 20.65 out in the 2nd round. Looking to improve on that. And again, a legal throw. We'll just wait for the distance to come through from the EDM operator. Not much from Philemoni's facial expression as to how happy he is with that throw. 20.76 for Philemoni, so an 11 centimetre improvement from his 2nd round throw. And now Malachi Canning, he found an extra 2 metres in round 2. Let's see what he can find in round 3. 32.79, his round 2 throw, smooth in the circle. So we'll be moving shortly from the Discus to the women's open triple jump. Again, a quality field in this event. Six of the 7 of entry times in the 12 and 13 metre windows. So later on today we have the men's and women's open 4x100 relays, as well as one of the newer events in the athletics program, and the mixed senior 4x400 metre relay. So they are always quite entertaining. We've seen a couple of slip-ups in the relays where the baton didn't quite make it around the full 400 earlier in the week. Hopefully we won't see any more of them today, but the smoothness of getting it around can quite often be even more important than the speed with which the baton gets around the track. Our next event is the Women's Open Triple Jump Championship. Field of 7 from Tonga, Tuiti Lahangoa. From New Zealand, Lara Hockley. From Australia, Desley Owusu. From New Zealand, Hannah Collins. From Australia, Isabel Lewison-Rowe. From regional Australia, Alexandra Kanowski. And from Australia, Tiana Boros. So a field of 7 for the Open Women's Triple Jump Championship. Lahangoa from Tonga on the runway now. Lara Hockley bouncing on the runway, ready for her first attempt. So we just wait for a distance for Lahangoa's first attempt. .987, the opening distance for Tuiti Lahangoa. Now it's Lara Hockley on the runway, just waiting for the breeze to be right. And some applause from the crowd lining the triple jump, and you can see the white flag being held up there by John Gilbert, another one of our hard-working volunteer officials. Desley Owusu waits on the runway for her first attempt. .11.47, Lara's opening jump. As Desley Owusu stands and stares, ready to hit the runway for her first attempt. So Wusu turns around and sees the white flag being held high. Of course, she was the gold medal winner at the 2024 Oceania Championships in Suva, and in 2025 became the first Australian woman to ever compete in the triple jump at the World Championships. .13.64. So a fantastic opener there for Desley. Hannah Collins, the second of the New Zealand jumpers, on the runway now. So as you can see, an excellent opener there for Desley. 13.86 is her PB, so just 22 centimetres off that. Isabel Lewison Road next up on the runway. .13.36 her best. It's a national under 20 record. She already won the high jump this week, looking to add the triple jump to that. Unfortunately, a red flag there for Izzy for her opening jump. Turned 19 just last Thursday, so this is her last season in the under 20 ranks. Alexandra Kanowski next up for the regional Australian team. So Kanowski on the runway now, her season's best 13.14. It's done at the Adelaide Invitational in March. And the white flag goes up there, so a legal jump. We'll just wait for the distance. $12.48, the opener for Alexandra, so good to get that distance on the board. Tiana Boras up next. She won the bronze in the last edition of this event in Suva in 2024. Also won the bronze at the 2022 World Juniors. Unfortunately not confident enough to go through with that one, so a red flag for Tiana on her first attempt, but still 5 more to follow up. Her personal best was 13.30 in winning that bronze medal at the World Under-20 Championships in Cali in 2022. Back to the start of the second round now. Tuiti Alahangoa, 987 in the first round. So the white flag goes up to Tuiti for her second round. Lara Hockley prepares. .984 for Tuiti, so very consistent, just 3 centimetres between her first and second jumps. Would be enjoying the experience of competing against the world-class competition we've got here today. Lara Hockley, 11.47 in the first round, currently sitting in 4th place. See Tiana Boras in the background just adjusting her runway markers after that first round foul. Hockley well into the sand there. White flag goes up. So as you can see on the screen, the hurdles have been reset for the 400 metre hurdle events. $11.60 was Lara's second attempt, so she's improved by 13 centimetres. Now we'll go to the track for the women's open 400 metre hurdles. Very strong Australian contingent in this 400 metre hurdle. Sarah Carley, Alana Jukic, Marley Wilkinson. You'd expect the medals to be between those three, but as we've seen with hurdle races, anything can happen. Next up on the track is the Open Women's 400 metre hurdles championship. In lane 1 from the Solomon Islands, Julian Sosamo. In 2 from Australia, Sarah Carley. In 3 from Guam, Alia Ray Castro. In 4 from Australia, Alana Jukic. In 5 from New Zealand, Taylor Trowell. In 6 from Australia, Marley Wilkinson. In 7 from Tonga, Nualini Molly. And in 8 from New Zealand, Shannon Geary. Field of 8 for the Women's Open 400 metre hurdles with the starter now. So Carly, the defending champion from 2024, she took the gold home from Suva. Jukic, the young gun, in lane 4. Expect the race to be between those two. Marley Wilkinson would also like to pip one of those, but we'll see how the race develops. Carly has the benefit of the stagger and she can see everyone in front of her. So away in the Open Women's 400 metre hurdles, Geary on the outside, but Wilkinson already moving through very well, as is Jukic and Carly on the inside. So as they come around past the Discus cage off the first bend, as expected, it's the 3 Australians. Jukic in the middle, Wilkinson on the outside, Carly, the defending champion, on the inside. You can see all 3 in picture now, and it's Carly possibly going over that hurdle just in front of Jukic. The benefit of the 400 hurdles is whilst the stagger is the hurdles give an indication, and it's Carly just ahead of Jukic. Then back to Wilkinson, but as they come into the straight, Sarah Carly, she won this in Suva. She wants to defend her championship. Not a lot between her and Jukic as they enter the straight. Wilkinson back in 3rd. Carly over that last hurdle. She's opened up a gap, and Sarah Carly will come down to defend her 2024 Oceania Championship and add the 2026. Alana Jukic 2nd, Marley Wilkinson in 3rd. Taylor Trow coming home for 4th place in lane 5. I think it was Alia Ray Castro took the next spot, but Sarah Carly 55.33. Alana Jukic 56.12. Marley Wilkinson 58.88. Taylor Trow in 4th with 104.99. Alia Ray Castro 105.55. Shannon Geary 106.13 for 6th place. The Tongan Molly 112.53 for 7th. And as you can see, was very quickly the 3 Australians with a lane between them each dominating. We didn't quite see Carly in the picture as they came round the bend. Jukic and Carly appeared to be going over almost simultaneously for the first probably 8 hurdles. It was only as they entered the straight with the last 2 flights of hurdles that you could tell that Carly was just that fraction ahead. And once they hit the 10th hurdle and the last sprint through to the finish, Carly clearly, as you can see on the replay as they go past the water jump, Carly probably had a half a step gap there. She then lengthened as they came down the straight. Very determined look on both girls' faces. But Sarah smoothly over that last hurdle and accelerated through the finish line for a clear victory in the women's 400 metre hurdles. So again, we can see the hurdles being raised. 91.4 centimetres the height for the men's. And give an update from that women's triple jump in the second round. Isabel Lewis and Rowe recovered from her first round foul for a 13.25 to move into second place. Desley Owusu unfortunately fouled, but still leads with her 13.64. And as we go into the third round, Tueti Lahangoa has opened up the third round, breaking the 10-metre barrier, moving her distance out to 10.18. But Desley Owusu still leading with a best of 13.64 at the start of the third round. As you can see, when adjusting the hurdles, they do require the batten to come higher, but also the weights that are in the side to be adjusted so that when the athletes do clip them, they don't go bouncing off all over the track. So a field of 8 in the men's, again potentially an Australian 1, 2, 3. Matthew Hunt and Kyle Bennett in the centre lanes. The two with the faster times, Ash Maloney, who has quite a distinguished decathlon career, has been improving every time he stepped on the track this season in the 400-metre hurdles. Has the pace from his decathlon training and his hurdling technique improving by the day as he looks to challenge the two Australian teammates, Hunt and Bennett, inside him in lane 4 and 5. Desley Owusu, unfortunately another foul in the third round of the women's triple jump. So still holding on to the lead with her first round, 13.64. See Ash Maloney heading back to his blocks. Daniel Ball from Papua New Guinea in the outside lane. Looking very focused. He'll have no one to watch from the start. Next up on the track is the Open Men's 400 metre hurdles championship. In lane 1 from the Solomon Islands, Yankee Velita. In 2 from New Zealand, Justin Menezes. In 3 from regional Australia, William Tate. In 4 from Australia, Matthew Hunt. In 5 from Australia, Kyle Bennett. In 6 from New Zealand, Noah Retford. In 7 from Australia, Ashley Maloney. And in 8 from Papua New Guinea, Daniel Ball. So field of 8 with the starter now for the men's 400 metre hurdles. Might have actually been an error in my start list. Lane 3 looks to be Lim Tiako from Guam. So a change to the starting there. But Hunt and Bennett in the middle will be expected to get things underway quite quickly. And they're away, and it's Daniel Ball on the outside away strongly. Maloney already closing on him, but on the inside it's Hunt over that first flight of hurdles first. Not a lot between Hunt and Bennett as they go into the back straight. Maloney with them as well. As mentioned, he's the developing one here, improving every run, but it's Hunt and Bennett. And unfortunately Ash Maloney balking there, but it's Bennett leading as they come round past the water jump. So almost simultaneous there again at the last one before they come into the straight. Nothing between them. Hunt on the inside, Bennett on the outside as they enter the straight. Same again over the 9th hurdle, side by side. Probably Ball in third. Hunt just maybe slightly clearer over that last hurdle, and that'll be enough for Matthew Hunt to take out the open men's 400 metre hurdles. Kyle Bennett in second. Daniel Ball, a strong run to come home for the bronze. Noah Retford taking the New Zealand bragging rights with 4th place, just ahead of Justin Menezes, his teammate. So Hunt's time 49.77, 50.18 for Kyle Bennett, 53.93 for Daniel Ball from Papua New Guinea. Just 0.1 of a second between the two New Zealanders in 4th and 5th, with Retford and Menezes. Valuta from Solomon Islands in 6th with 57.19, and Jeffrey Limtiako, who was actually the athlete in lane 3, 108.33, and unfortunately Ash Maloney not quite getting around. But as you can see from the replay, Ball started strongly with no one to chase, but then it became quite apparent that it was going to be a race in 2 between the New Zealanders, between the 2 Australians, Hunt and Bennett inside. Maloney was looking strong, but unfortunately as he got to the halfway mark, stepping inside his halfway hurdle and pulling out of the race at that point. So it then became even clearer race in 2, and there was not a lot between them as they went over hurdle number 6, 7 and 8, even the 9th one, but then it was Matthew Hunt over the last 2 hurdles in the straight started to open up just a very slight gap. As you can see, he came off that last flight very smoothly and came away to take out the Oceania 400 metre hurdles championship. Daniel Ball in the background came through strongly after a controlled race to take the bronze medal. So the women's triple jump is currently at the end of the 3rd round. So after 3 rounds in field events, we reorder our athletes' jumping order so that the first place jumper after round 3 jumps last for the remainder of the competition. One rule which has changed recently, courtesy of World Athletics, is that if there are 8 or less in the field, which has occurred in this case, Tiana Boras has jumped 3 fouls and therefore does not have a distance after round 3. In past years, she would not have continued in the competition, but courtesy of a recent rule, or in the last few years, rule change, where there are 8 or less, any athlete with a no measurement after round 3 still remains in the competition. We did see one earlier in the week where one of the Australian underage long jumpers, I think it was from memory, was in that exact position where he went into round 4 with 3 fouls, so therefore jumped first for the remaining 3 rounds and ended up with a silver medal. So benefited from that rule change, which allowed him to go through, and he then moved up into 2nd place and took away the silver medal. So Boras, because of that no measurement, will jump first. Lahangoa with a best of 10.18 will be 2nd. Hockley's 11.60 has her in 5th place, so she will jump 3rd. Hannah Collins 12.22. Alexandra Kanowski 12.88. Isabel Lewis and Rowe 13.25, and Owusu with 13.64 will be the 7th and final jumper for the next 3 rounds. As you can see on the screen now, also a lot of work does go into preparing the landing pits for the long and triple jump. The gentleman there with the rake or broom at the moment from the South Island of New Zealand. If you happen to follow Athletics New Zealand on social media, you may have seen a post earlier in the year where prior to one of the day's competitions at the New Zealand and Polynesian Championships in Auckland, we arrived at the track to be greeted by a very precise silver fern etching in one of the jump pits, which was quite a nice way to start the day of competition in Auckland. Back to the triple jump, you can see Tiana Boras on the runway now. 3 fouls, so she jumps first for the remaining 3 rounds. World Under-20 bronze medalist from Cali in 2022. So just a bit of discussion going on there at the triple jump before they get the 4th round underway. And it looks like we're back and all ready to go to start the 4th round of the women's triple jump. Tiana Boras on the runway, just wanting to get on the board. Good conditions for triple jumping today, although Tiana has had 3 fouls. She's had a tailwind of 1.1, 1.9 and 1.5 metres per second, so very good conditions there. The wind just pushing them through, but maybe pushing her through that extra little bit. Here she goes now in an attempt to get on the board in the 4th round. And that she looks back and is quite happy to see John Gilbert raise the white flag. So Tiana will be on the board in the 4th round. We'll just wait for the distance to see how far. So Lahangoa there with her 4th round jump. So 10.02 for Tuetti, so maintains that consistency. All her jumps within about a 40 centimetre window at the moment. Laura Hockley next up. 11.60 her best. So white flag there for Lara. You notice also there are a number of white lines. You may wonder how the athletes know which one to jump off. You'll notice that the one Lara jumped from has the two white triangles at each end. So the athletes determine before they jump which one they're going to jump from, and then advise the officials who move those white triangles to the appropriate line. 11.18 for Lara for her fourth round, so 11.60 in the second round remains her best. Hannah Collins next up for New Zealand. 12.22 her best from the second round before a foul in the third round. So Hannah looking to improve. So Hannah leading a bit behind the board there, but well into the sand. .12.26, so Hannah improving by just 4 centimetres, and by the look at the replay she still had a bit before the board, so hopefully Hannah can find that board in the fifth round. Alexandra Kanowski next up on the runway, 12.88, her best from the first 3 rounds. She wants a bit of crowd support. And the white flag there for Alexandra, so recovering from her third round foul. We'll just wait for the distance. .13.16 for Alexandra, so a big improvement there in the fourth round. Unfortunately, for technical reasons, we don't have Tiana's last distance. So for the purposes of us at this stage, that leaves Alexandra in third place, 9. Sorry, I do have that now. 12.70 was Tiana's jump. So yes, Alexandra stays in third place. Isabel Lewison-Rowe now on the runway, currently in second place with that 13.25. So Izzy Lewison-Rowe on the runway now. She won the high jump earlier in the week. And John Gilbert raises the white flag, so he gets a second legal jump in round 4. Looking for 40 centimetres to close the gap on Desley Owusu at 13.36. is the under 20 Australian record, so she would well and truly break that if she were to move into first place. $13.15 for Izzy, so not quite as far as her second round jump for $13.25. So Desley Owusu leading after round 3 on the runway now for round 4. 13.64 her first round jump. Again, looking for the crowd support. Let's get behind her. And that looked very good off the board. Although I'll preface that by saying I know absolutely nothing about triple jump, but it looked very smooth. So very fast down the runway and well into the sand. Desley looked happy as she turned around. 13.64 her first round attempt. 2 fouls. 13.52, so not quite as far out there as the first round jump, but consolidates her lead in the competition. So Tiana Boris there in starting round 5 off in the triple jump. So 12.77 for Tiana in the 5th round. So an improvement on her 4th round, but still not enough to move her past Alexandra Kanowski. So we'll be continuing through round 5 in the triple jump, and then we'll be heading across to the Open Women's Shot Put Championship. Very strong field in that, featuring Atamama Tutafawa from Tonga, Emma Berg from Australia, Holly Robinson from New Zealand, Marianne Masedru from Fiji, Zylavine Beale from Australia. But back to the triple jump for now. Lara Hockley, 11.60 in round 2, her best so far. Another white flag there in round 5 for Lara. So 11.60 again, so that's the second time Lara's gone to 11.60. Hannah Collins next up. She improved in the last round to 12.26. Just adjusting her runway markers there. And now on the runway for her 5th round jump. And unfortunately the red flag up very quickly from John Gilbert for Hannah Collins in round 4. So Alexandra Kanowski from Regional Australia will be next up. Alexandra's 4th round jump moved her well into the 13s, a 28 centimetre further jump than her earlier performance. Legal too, with a 1.4 metre tailwind, which is always what a lot of jumpers look at. As soon as they see the distance, they then look at the wind gauge to see whether it's a legally assisted jump, which in Alexandra's case it was. Doesn't affect anything in the context of the competition, but records and ranking performances for athletics all rely heavily on that 2 metre per second tailwind limitation. Alexandra just looking for some support from the crowd as she gets ready to have her 5th attempt in this Oceania Women's Open Triple Jump Championship. And the white flag goes up this time, so we'll just wait for the distance. She opened with a 12.48, then a 12.88, then a foul, and then came back with a 13.16. Orange shoes highlighting the smoothness through the air for Alexandra. $12.95, so the 13.16 from round 4 remains her best, keeping her in 3rd place. Izzy Lewis and Rowe next up, 13.25 from round 2, still her best. 13.36 her PB, which is the Australian under 20 record. Wouldn't she love to break that today? Off to Oregon later in the year for the World Under 20 Championships. She wants the crowd to get behind her. And sees the white flag go up, so a illegal jump. Again, we'll just wait to see how long it is. $13.11, so consistent, but not quite equaling or bettering that $13.25 from round 2. Desley Owusu next up. She opened with a 13.64, then 2 fouls and a 13.52. 13.86 is her PB. Let's see if she can challenge that in round 5. So look good on the board. And John Gilbert gives her a smile as he puts up that white flag. Quite intense down the runway there. Huge step. And then landing. $13.56, so not quite improving. So 13.56, an improvement on her fourth round, but still the 13.64 from round one for Desley Owusu leaves her in the gold medal position as they enter the last round. Next event getting underway in the field is the Open Women's Shot Put Championship. Field of 11. From Australia, Emma Berg. From Regional Australia, Jade Carr. From Nauru, Jaya Tabawa. From Regional Australia, Sina Wildrot. From New Zealand, Holly Robinson. From Regional Australia, Georgia Winfield. From Fiji, Marianne Masedru. From Tonga, Atamama Tutafuava. From Australia, Xylevine Beale. From Samoa, Michaela Sola. And from Australia, Caitlin Kaltar. Field of 11 for the Women's Open Triple Jump Championship. Shot Put Championship. So 15.80 for Emma Berg to open the competition. Jade Carr from the Regional Australian team in the circle next. $7.92 the opener there for Jaya Tabawa. Next up, our second Regional Australia competitor, Sina Waldrot. 14.71 her seed distance. And out near the 14 metre mark. $13.58 the opener for Sina. Next up, Holly Robinson from New Zealand. She won the para-ambulant shot put earlier in the week. Now back for the open women's competition. So it's out near the 14-metre mark as well for Holly to open the competition. $12.88, the opener for Holly. Georgia Winfield from the regional Australian team is up next. Marianne Messedru, the Fijian, expected to be up in contention for medals. 6.86 for Georgia Winfield, her competition opener. Notice again a number of different techniques. Some doing the rotational, some doing the slide. $14.22, Marianne's opener. So she moves into second place. But next up, the Tongan Atamama Tatawhiva. And that's out near the 16-metre. $15.37, the opener for Atamama, so going for her third successive Oceania Championship, but a little bit behind Emma Berg at the moment. Zylavine Beale, her opener, out between the 14 and the 16-metre mark. $15.45 of Zylavine, so she moves into second place. Three of the ladies over 15 metres already. Michaela Sola up next. $9.75, the opener for Michaela Sola in the first round, and now rounding out the first round from Australia, Caitlin Coulter. And that's out there as well, looking to be the fourth one past 15 metres. 13.68 for Caitlin, so she slots into 5th place at the end of the first round. Back to our competition leader, Emma Berg. Just waiting for the officials to clear the landing sector. Again, a good estimate by the official there, knowing right where to stand so that he was safely close to Emma's landing area, able to put the spike straight in the ground. Back to the traditional spike and measuring tape for this event. 15.84, so a 4 centimetre improvement for Emma. Jade Carr up next, 7.78 for Jade in the first round. Another of our regional Australian athletes benefiting from competing at this high level against a quality field. $7.21 for Jade. Next up from Nauru, Jaya Tabawa. $7.92 in the first round. $8.52, so a big improvement there by Jaya for her second round. Sina Waldrot, Regional Australia, back in the circle for her second. Currently in 6th place with a 13.58 from the first round. That looks to be out near the 14 metre mark. $14.20, so another one into the 14 metres. Moves up into 5th place. Ollie Robinson into the circle now. Her second round attempt, 12.88 in the first. And that looks to be out past 12 metres again. $12.29 for Holly, so back out over that 12 metres again, but the 12.88 from round one remains her best. Georgia Winfield from the regional Australian team into the circle next. 6.86 her first round. $7.90, so a big improvement there for Georgia in the second round. Over a metre. As Marianne Masedru jumps into the circle for her second round attempt. 14.22 in the first round. Again, the official knew exactly where to stand. Staying safe, but being able to accurately put the spike right where the shot landed. 14-14, so consistent, but her first attempt remains her best. Now back to Atamama Tutafeva, 6-time medalist in this event across the Oceania Championships, dating back to gold in 2014 in Rarotonga, 2015 bronze in Cairns, 2017 bronze in Suva, and golds in 2022 and 2024, so going for 3 in a row. And that looks to be well out there for her second round attempt. 15:37 in the first round. $15.67, so that moves Atamama into second place. Emma Berg's 15.84 still the lead. Now Xylevine Beale's just been pushed down to third. How will she respond with her second round attempt? You can see the 16-metre marker in the background, but very hard to tell from the angle whether that's past it, courtesy of the bend in the landing sector. You can see the yellow tape to the left, which is an indication of the championship record. But Lincoln Ma turns and advises at 15.53, so an 8-centimetre improvement for Xylevine in that second round. Still leaves her in third place. Michaela Sola next up. $9.75 for her in round one. That looks to be out towards that 10-metre mark again. $10.74, so a 99-centimetre improvement for Michaela in the second round to move her into 8th place. Of course, that becomes key after the next round, where only the top 8 continue through for the final 3 rounds. Caitlin Coulter from Australia currently in 6th place with her 13.68 from the first round. That looks like it should be past 14, so that might move her up. 14.20, the next position in front of her, Sina Waldrout. $14.59, so again almost a metre improvement for Caitlin to move into 4th place at the end of the second round. So Berg leading 15.84, she's up next to start off the third round. 15.67, 15.53, so at the moment 8th place, 10.74. That's the magic cutoff for the final 3 rounds. But Emma Berg looking to improve on her 15.84 from round 2. $14.28 for that one for Emma, so her 15.84 remains her best as we head towards the halfway mark of the competition. Jade Carr in next, 7.78, her best so far from round 1. And unfortunately missing the sector there, so Jade's best of 7.78 won't be enough to see her progress to the final 3 rounds. Jaya Tabawa from Nauru up next, 8.52, her second round attempt. Needing to find another couple of metres to challenge for the top 8. Looks like it's well out past the 8 metre mark, but I'm not sure it'll be enough to challenge that 10.74 of Michaela Solers. 9 metres even for Jaya, so that will be her final distance in this competition. Senior Wild Route. Up next, 14.20, her second round attempt. 14.71, her seed mark, possibly her PB, so would be a lovely one for her to challenge in this third round. Although she will go on for the last 3 rounds. That looks out to be past the 14 metre mark again. Holly Robinson waiting for her next attempt. 14.52 for Sina, so she's improving every attempt. Holly Robinson next up. 12.88, still her best from round 1. It looks to be out past the 12 metre mark. Not sure it'll challenge Holly's 12.88 first round. For Holly, so 12.88 remains her best as we reach the halfway mark. Georgia Winfield into the circle next. She's currently in 10th place with a best of 7.90. Improved a metre with the last one. She'll need to improve all that and not quite getting the trajectory that she would have liked. And so Georgia will finish with 7.04, so 7.90 will be her best as the end of round 3. Marianne Masedru, 2 throws in the 14s. That one looks to be out there as well. Consistent, only 8 centimetres between her first 2 attempts. That one looks to be out in the 14s as well. She looks over the shoulder, and I think that was a bit of a happy fist pump. 14.60, very happy fist pump. That moves her back into 4th place, taking it back from Caitlin Coulter by just 1 centimetre. Atamama Tutafeva up next, 15.67 in the second round, her best. Just 17 centimetres off the lead of Emma Berg. And that looks to be out near the 16 metre mark. Let's wait and see how close. 15.84 Emma Berg's best from round 2. 15.67 for Atamama from round 2. 15.63, so still not quite the improvement. 15.67 remains her best at the halfway mark. Sylvine Beale, 15.45, 15.53. Can she continue that upwards trajectory? Just 14 centimetres off second at the moment. And another good estimate there by our official, who was right on the spot, ready to spike that indentation in the ground from where the shot landed. $15.58, so an improvement, but not enough to change her place. So 2 throws remaining in round 3. Michaela Solar up next, 10.74. Her second round has her in 8th place. So that will see her through for another 3 after this one. But that looks to be well out past the 10-metre mark, hopefully. $11.34, so another 60-centimetre improvement from Michaela with her third jump, which will consolidate her spot in the top 8. Now rounding out the third round, Caitlin Coulter. 13.68 in round 1, 14.59 in round 2. Just 1 centimetre behind. And that looks to be out near the 14-metre mark, so probably won't improve on her 14.59. About to leave the shot put and go to the Women's Open 4x100 metre relay. 4 teams in this: Tonga, New Zealand, Regional Australia and French Polynesia. And as we've seen many times over the years in a 4x100 metre relay, it's not always the fastest 4 runners who get the baton to the finish line first, because getting the baton around can be the tricky bit. Viva Damjanovic there, the lead runner for the Regional Australia team, regular representative of the Regional Australia team. Kendra Scully Tui will be the lead runner for the New Zealand team. Angelina Tupou for Tonga, and Kiara Garbett, a name we've heard plenty of times this week, will lead out the French Polynesian team. $14 metres even was that last throw of Caitlin Coulter's that we saw just before we changed to the relay, so that doesn't change her position. She will go into the second half of the competition in 5th place. Emma Berg leading with her second round of 15.84. Next event up on the track is the Open Women's 4x100 metre relay championship. In lane 2, Tonga. In 3, New Zealand. In 4, Regional Australia. And in 5, French Polynesia. 4 teams with the starter now for the Open Women's 4x100 metre relay. So the lead runners go down into the blocks. Tupou for Tonga, Scully Tui for New Zealand, Damjanovic for Regional Australia and Garbett for French Polynesia. So away smoothly for all 4 teams. Garbett leading the French Polynesian team out. Scully Tui bringing the New Zealand team through into the first change, and a smooth change there from Scully Tui to Madison Early, the second runner for New Zealand. Jana Cord for the French Polynesian team running strongly, but it will be Early to Lathwood, and that change is right French Polynesian in third with a Chewy, but as they come into the last change, I won't say what I said earlier in the week, that all they have to do is get the baton around, but this time they safely do. Eden Moyle for New Zealand coming down the straight very strongly. Valet for the French Polynesians, but it's the team of Scully Tui, Early, Lathwood and Moyle for New Zealand that will take out the Open Women's 4x100 metre relay. 46.32 their winning time. French Polynesia second, 48.37. Tonga take the bronze with 50.67. And Regional Australia rounding out the Open Women's 4x1 in 54.61. So some very smooth changes there by New Zealand, also by French Polynesia. Some great running, and quite happy to say that all the batons got around smoothly. And that women's triple jump that we were watching earlier, we can advise that Tiana Barros did recover from her 3 fouls to open up the competition to move back into the bronze medal position. Izzy Lewis and Rowe remained in silver. Next up on the track, we'll be going from the speed of the 4x100 relay to the stamina of the Open Women's 5,000 metres Championship. Also keeping updated with that women's shot put. They're into round 4. Holly Campbell, Izzy Thornton-Bott expected to probably be the 2 favourites in the Open Women's 5,000. Eva Pringle from New Zealand has an entry time in the low 16s as well. Bridie Restior from New Zealand. Olivia Civils from Australia, Neve Rodney, Regional Australia. And then we get into some of the island athletes, including Ashlyn Jacobs and another one of our Hawaiian athletes in the 5,000. Athletes just heading out towards the start of the Open Women's 5,000 metres. As in the shot put, at Tamama Tutufuava steps in for her fourth round attempt. It's very close at the top of that competition. So a field of 14 ladies warming up on the back straight, ready for the open women's 5,000 metres. 3 Australians, 3 New Zealanders, regional Australia, Northern Marianas, New Caledonia, French Polynesia, Solomon Islands, Guam, Hawaii, New Caledonia, all represented in this field. Next event up on the track is the Open Women's 5,000 metres Championship. In position 1 from Australia, Holly Campbell. 2 from Australia, Izzy Thornton-Bott. 3 from New Zealand, Eva Pringle. 4 from New Zealand, Bridie Restior. 5 from Australia, Olivia Sevilles. 6 from regional Australia, Neve Rodney. 7 from New Zealand, Annabelle Richardson. 8 from the Northern Marianas, Nathania Tan. In 9 from New Caledonia, Natalia Prado. In 10 from Hawaii, Ashlyn Jacobson. In 11 from Guam, Kiera Paz. In 12 from the Solomon Islands, Karen Tran. In 13 from French Polynesia, Elizabeth Orloff. And in 14 from French Polynesia, Amandine Matira. Field of 14 ladies with the starter now for the Open Women's 5,000 metres. So on the line, ready to go in this Open Women's 5,000, Holly Campbell. Her entry time 15:59.23 on the inside. Expected to lead this race out. Izzy Thornton-Bott 16:06. So it's Thornton-Bott leading them down the straight the first time. Campbell, Pringle moving around the outside. Civils on the inside. It's the 3 Australians going through with 12 laps to go. Field already well spread out. So Thornton-Bott, Campbell at the front. Pringle and Civils just behind them. And as they go round to finish their first lap, time about 1:16 for the first 400. Thornton-Bott has a look at her watch. A And already there's about 50 metres covering the field after the first 450. Coming down to get 11 to go this time. About 159 for the first 600 for Thornton Bott. Campbell behind her. Civils, Pringle, those four already starting to open up a gap. As they go past 800, Holly Campbell takes up the running. Thornton Bott, Civils, Pringle, still that group of four. The only change is who's leading them through. We'll get an indication of their time for the first kilometre shortly. Be 10 to go this time. Just ticking over 3 minutes as the official changes the lap board to 10. Holly Campbell now leading this train through. Out 3:18 for the first kilometre for Holly Campbell. It's about 16:30 pace. Back to the shot put now. In the fifth round, Atamama Tatafoava has improved 15.70. So consolidating second place, but still not quite challenging Emma Berg's 15.84. It's Emma's fifth round throw. She looks, I'm going to say she looks happy, but we'll wait and see in a minute. She'll get the distance before we do, so we'll wait for an indication from her. She's nodding. So 15.84 from round two was her best. 16.16, that's why she was nodding. So in the fifth round, Emma Berg has moved the benchmark out to 16.16. So each thrower now has one attempt left. But Emma Berg sits in the pole position with 16.16. So our top two both improving in the fifth round. Michaela Sola finishing off her competition there. 11.34 from round three, her best so far. So 10.84 for Michaela to finish the competition out. Holly Robinson now in the circle for her sixth and final attempt. She won the para event yesterday. 12.88 her best so far. That looks to be out well over 12 metres. She's been very consistent, all five throws so far in the 12s. 12.88 opened the competition. That's her best so far. So leaders in the 5,000 just going through 2 kilometres, about 6:40, so 3:20 kilometre pace. Just a slight delay in getting Holly's final measurement. And she started with a 12:88, she's finished with a 12:88. So again, a consistent set of 6 throws from Holly Robinson. Sina Wildrot will be up next. $14.52 her best so far from round 3. One's out into the 14s again by the look of it, judging by where it is in relation to that 14 metre marker behind. But will it be enough to improve on her 14.52? 14.59, the place in front of her, that's her first target. 13.73, so Sina will finish in 6th spot. Caitlin Coulter in next to try and improve on her 14.59 from round 2. Another one in the 14s for Caitlin. She had a 14.59 and a 14.57, 14.04 and a 14. She's finished with a 14.45, so the 14.59 from round 2 will see her finish in 5th position. Marianne Masedru sitting outside the medal positions at the moment. This is her last chance to move into those top 3. And it looks to be past 14, but as you've seen from a couple of the past ones, the angle of the camera can be deceiving as to whether it is actually past that 14 metre mark. She has been past it with 4 throws. Foul for the 5th. And finishes with 14.46. So again, a consistent performance there from Marianne. Now moving into the circle, currently in 3rd place, Eileen Beale. 15.58, her best from round 3. At an entry distance of 15.98. And that's well out there. You'd think she was throwing it officially, was that well positioned to be ready to just put that spike straight in the ground, almost at his feet. $15.69, so an improvement by Xylovine, but she needed 1 more centimetre because currently in 2nd place now in the circle. Atamama Tutafava. This will be her 7th successive Oceania Championships in the medals. She's got 3 bronze, 3 gold. Will she get a silver or will it be a 4th gold? 15.70 her best. Unfortunately, it's outside, so she will finish with the silver medal. We'll give her the full set. 7 successive championships in the medals. Emma Berg, 16.16 from round 5. Will give her the gold medal, but will she make it look that bit better by adding a bit more to the distance? She wants a bit of crowd support. Let's help Emma as she rounds out the open women's shot put. She has the gold. And unfortunately that one outside the sector, so she will take out the gold medal with a best of 16-16 from round 5. And now we're back to the 5,000 metres. Holly Campbell just coming around past the water jump. She'll get 3 laps to go this time. Looks to be smiling, but certainly putting the work in. Olivia Civil's going through there. She was with the lead pack early on, but she's dropped off quite considerably as the race has gone on. But 12:31 for Holly Campbell going through with 3 laps to go. Thornton Bott in second. Gaps open up to about 35 metres there. Back to Eva Pringle in third place. So Holly Campbell going up the back straight. This will be 1 kilometre to go as she goes past that start line. About 13:11 for 4 kilometres. So the pace has accelerated as she's gone through. They started off on 3:20 pace. So Campbell in first, Thornton Bott second, Eva Pringle in third. Ashlyn Jacobson from Hawaii has moved through into fourth spot, just ahead of Nathania Tan from the Northern Marianas. But Holly Campbell goes through to get 2 to go. At 13:52, her time there. Thornton Bott still in second. 14 minutes, pretty much spot on for her at the bell, at 2 to go rather. They'll hear the bell next time. $13.50.48. So Holly lapping at about 1:18 with 2 to go as she smoothly goes down past the call room where our relay runners are preparing. Thornton Bott in second. She's just gone past that water table as well. But Holly Campbell comes round the water jump for the second last time. She'll hear the bell this time and then just have 1 circuit to go before she becomes the Oceania Women's 5,000 metres champion. Coming up towards lapping Nathania Tan, who's currently in 5th place. She'll get 2 to go this time. And Holly Campbell will get the bell at 15:10, so just 400 metres to go. 1:19, that second last lap for Holly, so very consistent. Izzy Thornton Bott going through there. She's probably about 70 metres behind, but running strongly. She looks to be very steady in second place. Eva Pringle, the New Zealander, she will get the bell now in third place. Holly Campbell down the back straight, moving past Nathania Tan, and she's just got 200 to go. She'll come round past the water jump and the food vans, and then enter the straight. She sat in second for the first couple of laps, but she's been in the lead ever since and has gradually dropped the rest of the field, and she'll come into the straight. So Holly Campbell into the last 100 metres. She moves out into lane 2. Let's give her a cheer. She's run this race pretty much solo for the last 4K, and Holly Campbell will come down to take out the Open Women's 5,000 metres Oceania Championship. $16.27, Holly's winning time. So she stepped it up a bit for that last lap in 1:17. Izzy Thornton-Bott finishing strongly in second place. And Eva Pringle crossing to take the bronze. Can also advise that the national records are continuing to fall in that shot put. We just witnessed Marianne Macedru, her fourth place winning performance of 14 metres 76 is a new Fijian national record. So previously 14.74 held by Marianne, so she's just added 2 centimetres onto her own Fijian national record for the shot put. As Ashlyn Jacobson from Hawaii comes through the finish line strongly in fourth place. Natalia Tan from the Northern Marianas will be the next. And Natalia coming down to the line now. She'll be just outside 18 minutes for fifth place. Karen Tran from the Solomons going through there. Amandine Matera, French Polynesia, a great last lap there to pick up a couple of positions. Bridie Restio and Neve Rodney finishing just behind her. Olivia Civils, who went out hard with the lead group early on, crossing in 9th place. Natalia Prado from New Caledonia coming through there just outside 19 minutes. And Annabelle Richardson, the third New Zealand runner, coming through next. Elizabeth Orloff from French Polynesia. So the clock just ticking over 20 minutes as Karen Tran from the Solomon Islands will get the bell. Kira Paz from Guam. She's into her last 200 metres as she comes off that top bend around past the water jump. Karen Tran from the Solomons. She's got 300 to go. So a great run there from Holly Campbell, 16.27 her winning time. 16.42 for Izzy Thornton-Bott to take the silver, and Eva Pringle just dipping under 17 minutes with 16.59.51. Huge last lap from Amandine Matera to pick up a couple of spots to finish 6th in 18.27. Kira Paz just finishing. 20.56 for Kira. Karen Tran from the Solomons. Let's give her a cheer as she comes around past the water jump. Just 150 metres to go. And Karen Tran from the Solomons coming down. 25 metres to go to round out the Open Women's 5,000 metres. Next up on the track, we go back to the relays with the men's open 4x1. And you want excitement, you'll get it here. We've got 8 teams, so the track will be full. Hawaii, New Zealand, Cook Islands, Solomon Islands, Papua New Guinea, Tonga, Fiji and regional Australia. And it's going to be on from the start because New Zealand have put Tian Welpton out of the blocks. Papua New Guinea have put Pius Whistle, so 2 of the top 4 in the 100 metres earlier in the week. They'll be leading them out. Whistle to Tuna to Canal to Ball. We saw Daniel Ball medal earlier in the 400 hurdles. He'll be bringing the baton home for the Papua New Guinea in the relay. New Zealand have got Welpton, Yaneto, Shavich and Rylan Noom. But as always with relays, the most important bit is making sure the baton's in your hand at the start line and then again when your 4th runner crosses the finish line. I've seen quite often the fastest team not necessarily get the win because the athletes might be fast but the baton doesn't stay in hand. So fingers crossed we can see 8 batons cross the finish line at the end of this race. Fiji always very strong over the 4x1. Asaeli, Vonalagi, Lakea and Vosatoga will represent the Fijian team. Hawaii will chase everyone from lane 1 with Otida wearing the traditional Karate Kid headband there. He'll hand to Pridgen, Martinez and Walker. Cook Islands in 3, Tolosa, Nagar, Max Tarua and Vern Toelami Holden will bring the baton home for them in lane 4. And Solomon's Tonga in lane 6, Regional Australia in lane 8. So the runners in this 4x1 just preparing their blocks under the supervision of Brian Rowe, the start referee for these championships. Looking at that start line, I reckon you could go to any area championship in the world and you wouldn't see such great colours as we are lucky enough to have on the start line here. The traditional black of New Zealand and white of Fiji and the greens of Cook Islands. That fantastic red and yellow of Papua New Guinea, the red of Tonga. The blue of the Solomon Islands. The orange and black of regional Australia and the black and white of Hawaii will be chasing them all down as we start to head towards a fantastic Darwin sunset on day 5. There is another day's competition, but unfortunately we won't be joining you on broadcast tomorrow. We'll will be some of the masters with their weight pentathlons will be wrapping up this great 6 days of competition. But we're nowhere near the end yet. We've got this men's 4x1 relay, then we've got the open men's 5,000, and then we wrap it all up with the mixed 4x400 relay. The next event on the track is the men's open 4x100 metre relay. In lane 1, Hawaii. In 2, New Zealand. In 3, Cook Islands. In 4, the Solomon Islands. In 5, Papua New Guinea. In 6, Tonga. In 7, Fiji. And in 8, regional Australia. Full field of 8 teams. Men's open 4x100 metres relay with the starter now. So as we mentioned, you can expect the pace early to come, in particular from Welpton in lane 2, Whistle in lane 5. But you can expect there also to be not a lot between the 8 teams as they head into the first bend. So away in the relay as expected, Welpton out strongly for New Zealand. Whistle leading New Guinea out hard. Fortunately, we've had a fall with the Hawaiians, but as we go into the first change, it's New Guinea coming out strongly in the middle, New Zealand on the inside. Back to the Solomons, but it's all about the changes, and as they go into halfway, it will be Papua New Guinea changing first ahead of New Zealand and the regional Australian team on the outside, but Papua New Guinea, New Zealand with the benefit of the stagger as they come into the final change. They've got to get the baton around. New Zealand will change first. New Guinea second, Fiji and never out of a relay, but as they come down to the line, it will be Noom for New Zealand. New Guinea coming home strong, but no, it will be New Zealand. Papua New Guinea and Tonga it was. We were talking about Fiji, but it was the Tongans. Patello Nanaseni who flew home to take the bronze for Tonga. So New Zealand 39.64, Papua New Guinea 40.17 and Tonga 42.08. We said that New Zealand and Papua New Guinea would be out fast, and they were, and nothing changed for the next 400 metres. They were the 2 leading teams right through that race. Papua New Guinea were probably leading around the water jump, but as they came out of the third and final change, the New Zealand change from Beach to Noom just gave them that slight lead, and they built on it in the last one. Bowl, he ran the 400 hurdles earlier, couldn't quite close the gap on Ryland Noom. So New Zealand, Papua New Guinea, Tonga, Fiji holding on for 4th, Cook Islands, Solomon Islands, regional Australia, and unfortunately Hawaii having that mishap with the first runner. So just looking at the replay of that relay, the Papua New Guineans, as you can see, away very strongly with Pass Whistle. Welpton for New Zealand changing. I think Papua New Guinea were probably just in front of that change. The regional Australian team were also well up there. Tonga appeared to be dropping off, but that didn't prove to be true later on. And as you can see them going past the water jump, there was nothing between New Zealand and Papua New Guinea. And as they came down the straight, it was the New Zealand team. And you may have noticed something, how happy the Papua New Guineans were You don't often see a team to finish happy to finish second, but one of the contributing factors may be that their time of 40.17 is the fastest a Papua New Guinean team has ever run. So another national record in the 4x1, this time to Papua New Guinea. So the team of Payas Whistle, Tovatuna Tuna, Leroy Kamal and Daniel Ball go down in Papua New Guinean history as the fastest men's team to ever run a 4x1. So congratulations to the Papua New Guinea team. So just the 2 track events left to round out the penultimate day of the Oceania Athletics Championships. Got the 5,000 metres for the men's coming up shortly. Next up on the track is the open men's 5,000 metres. In position 1 from New Zealand, Toby Galter. In 2 from New Zealand, Toby Tasker. In 3 from New Zealand, Thomas Richards. In 4 from regional Australia, Toby Rule. In 5 from the Federated States of Micronesia, Simeon Jacob. In 6 from Nauru, Isaac Oppenheimer. In 8 from Fiji, Avakash Lal. In 7 from Solomon Islands, GJ Jr. In 9 from the Solomon Islands, Leone Pasua. Field of 9 for the men's open 5,000 metres with the starter now. So a field of 9 on the line for the men's 5,000 metres. Could be the battle of the Tobies, 3 of the top 4 seeds. All of them, their mums obviously like the name Toby. We've got Toby Gwalter, Toby Tasker, Toby Rule, Thomas Richards in between them. So just a slight delay on the start line. 9 runners ready to go in the men's open 5,000. Got another record update from that relay too. Stand by for that one. It seems to be the day for them. We've got another very happy country. So away in the open men's 5,000 metres. And it's Avakash Lal from Fiji. He's going to take up the running. And just to wrap up that previous event with the men's 4x100 relay, Papua New Guinea 40.17. Their national record for Payas Whistle, Tovatuna Tuna, Leroy Kamal and Daniel Ball. But not to be outdone for bragging rights. They'll be partying in Rarotonga tonight because Daniel Tolosa Piratau Na, Max Tarua and Vern Ptolemy Holden have gone faster than any other Cook Islands team have ever gone in history, and they've broken their national record with a time of 43.13. So congratulations to Papua New Guinea and Cook Islands, their teams setting new national records for the men's 4x100 relay. Back to the 5,000 now though, and it's a New Zealand 1-2-3 at the moment, and a Toby 1-2-4 at the moment. Toby Gualter, Toby Tasker, Thomas Richards, Toby Rule, the lead four. As they come down the straight the second time. Gap already starting to open up. A lead two, a chase two, and then a chase pack. Gualter, Tasker, Richards, Rule, that's the order at the moment. Then back to Avakash Lal for Fiji. $1:42 the time for the first 600. It's Gualter and Tasker. Richards in the background ahead of Rule. So they're running in hip number order at the moment with 1, 2, 3, 4. Lowell leading the next pack. Simeon Jacob in with that pack as well, I think. And as they come down to finish the first of 5 kilometres, 2:49. Still no change in the order. Gualter 2:49.31, Tasker 2:49.86. Got a bit of a change in pack 3 though. Leone Pessoa has moved through into 5th. Avakash Lal behind him, then back to Simeon Jacob and GJ Jr. Isaac Oppenheimer just dropping off that pack slightly, but still 3:10, so still quite a quick first kilometre for the Nauruan. But the front pair is no longer a pair. Walters stepped on it at the end of the first kilometre and he's opened up probably a 15-metre lead back to Tasker as they come down to get 9 laps to go. Still Richards and Rule running together. Walter goes through in first. Tasker in second. Richards and Rule. Rule wanting to disrupt the New Zealand 1-2-3. Richards wanting to disrupt the Toby 1-2-3. Got the 2 Solomon Islands runners side by side now with Junior and Pessoa. Jacob just behind them. Back to Lal and Oppenheimer. But Walter's well and truly taken this race on his own now. Coming around past the water jump. So Walter into the straight. I'll get 8 to go this time as the clock ticks over 5 minutes. Walter going through 5:05. Tasker next. Richards starting to open up a bit of a gap over Toby Rule. Their entry times have only got about 5 seconds difference. We'll see how that pans out across the remaining 8 laps. But Walter going up the back straight, he's about to go past the 2 kilometre mark. So about 5:42 for 2000 for Walter. Coming round, it's been lapping at about just under 110 per lap. Coming into the straight now, he'll get 7 to go this time. Walter still running strongly. About 6:17. 7 laps to go. Tasker still in second, but Richards looks to be maybe closing that gap. He's well and truly put 50 metres on Toby Rule. That last lap, 70 seconds for Walter, 73 for Tasker and 72 for Richards. So Richards slowly closing that gap for the silver medal position. Rule 122 for that lap, so he dropped probably 10 seconds in that lap. So it's now a race in 3 with the New Zealanders, although at the moment it's a race in 1 for the gold, but the battle's starting to develop slowly for the silver and bronze. As this time they'll get 6 laps to go, so Toby Walter has just passed the halfway mark in about 7:10. So he's coming down to get 6 laps to go. That's 7:27. So another 1:10 lap there for Toby Walter.
Victory presentation for our senior men's 4x100 metre relay. In bronze medal position with a time of 42.08 seconds, Tonga.
Tasker another 1:13 there for that lap. And Richards a 1:12. So again, he's just slowly eating into this lead. 1 second a lap. He's got 6 seconds, 6 laps to make up 3.5 seconds. So if you can maintain that, we could see a very interesting last kilometre between Tasker and Richards.
In silver medal position with a time of 40.17 seconds, Papua New Guinea.
But coming into the straight now, Toby Walter coming down. He'll get 5 to go. So this is the 3 kilometre mark coming up now. $8:38 for 3K for Toby Walter. Another 70-second lap. Lapping very consistently, but look at this gap still closing. Tasker goes through, then Richards. The gap was 3.5 seconds. It's now 2.5, so again, Richards closing by 1 second again with that lap. You can see it on the track now. It's down to probably 10 metres as they go up the back straight. Toby Rule just going through in 4th place to get 5 to go. 9:20 for him at 3K. And that gap is definitely closing. Toby Walters running his own race at the front, but if he looks to his left, he'll see what's developing behind him. But he's just concentrating on one person, and that's himself. See the clock ticking up towards 10 minutes. He'll go through to get 4 laps, so just a mile to go in the old terms. And the gap has closed, and now it's the other way round. Thomas Richards has moved into 2nd place, putting the pressure on Toby Tasker to see if he can challenge again, as that white line they're about to cross now is the exactly 1 mile to go in old terms. One of the few imperial marks that we still see marked on athletics tracks around the world. But still Walter going very strongly. He's had a look across to his left. He won't see the other two because they're just entering the straight as he's leaving the straight. So basically a 100-metre lead to Toby Walter now as he goes past the water jump. He'll get 3 to go this time as Toby Rule goes through to get a mile to go in 4th place. Junior going through to get 4 to go. Toby Gualter, 3 to go. 11 minutes almost exactly as he crosses. 1,200 metres to go. Back to another 70-second lap. Oppenheimer coming down. Jacob just behind him. Richards going through to get 3 to go, and he's already put 20 metres on Toby Tasker since in what, 1 lap and a bit. Lyle next from the Fijian, who went to the lead early, but that was very short-lived for the first probably 20 metres of the race. Walter inside the last kilometre. Rule coming into the straight. He's still in 4th, but Junior's got his sights on him. 13 seconds between them at the last one. Can Rule hold him off? So Rule goes through to get 3 to go. Junior about 25 metres behind. He's got 3 to go. As Toby Gualter, our race leader, gets 2 to go. So 12-12 with 800 to go. Richards coming into the straight, now clear in 2nd place. He's very controlled in how he chased down Toby Tasker, just a second a lap. But now he's opened up quite a significant gap. He's probably 30 metres in front with 2 laps to go. Walter goes past the water station on the back straight, so 650 metres to go. He'll hear the bell this time. Richard still running smoothly in 2nd place. Tasker then back to we thought Junior might slowly close the gap on Rule, but he's done it inside a lap. So GJ Junior has now moved into 4th place. He's moved past Toby Rule, but Toby Gualter's going to get them both as he comes up to get the bell. So Junior and Rule in 4th and 5th, but Gualter goes through in 13:23 to get the bell. He's basically run solo for the majority of this race. He's still looking strong. 1:11 again for that 2nd last lap, so he's consistently been lapping it between 1:09 and 1:11. Thomas Richards, he'll get the bell. Now in a convincing 2nd place. Walter goes down the back straight ahead of Junior, who's now safely in 4th place. Rule, who was with the lead group earlier, has dropped off back to 5th place. Tasker gets the bell in 3rd place, 14 minutes almost on the knocker for him to get the bell. Oppenheimer from Nauru going through. But Walter's gone past the water jump. He's now going past the wind gauge. He's got 50 metres to go. Let's bring him home. Toby Gualter from New Zealand. He's going to go. Can he get under 14:30? He will just, I think. So Toby Gualter takes out the Oceania Men's Open 5,000 metres Championship. (14:29.83), so just dipping under that 14:30 mark. Toby Rule gets the bell as Thomas Richards, who ran a very controlled race, sat in 3rd for quite a while, but then came through, takes out the silver medal under 15 minutes. (14:54.57). Very quick last lap, sub 1:10 for his last lap to finish off strong. Toby Tasker will round out the New Zealand podium. He'll take 3rd place, 15:20. He went with Toby Gualter earlier on, but then dropped off. Richards, his country mate, went past him. 15:19.79, his finishing time to take the bronze medal. GJ Junior started conservatively, then moved through the field, and he will come through in 4th place, while Toby Rule, who went out with the leaders earlier on, Last two getting the bell as they go through, but Toby Rule, great race for Toby, just outside 16 minutes. He will take 5th place. Pursuer, he was running beside his countrymate Junior early on as if they were just having a chat, but then Junior kept going, left Pursuer behind, but he's finished on strongly. He'll be in the 16 minutes in 6th place. Isaac Oppenheimer from Nauru into the straight behind him. So Leone Pursuer from the Solomon Islands finishes in 6th place. And Isaac Oppenheimer from Nauru in 7th. 16:39 for Pursuer. Abakash Lau from Fiji. He led the first 10 metres. He'll finish in 8th place, just ahead of a fast finishing Simeon Jacob to round out the open men's 5,000 metres. Our second last event on this, our second last day of competition for the Oceania Athletics Championships here in Darwin. Just the one event is a relatively new event on the World Athletics calendar, but a very exciting event with the mixed 4x400 metre relay. This event's now developed to where previously the countries could choose their own order. One famous race that we saw years ago from one of the European Championships of one of the Polish ladies taking the baton for the last lap with quite a significant lead and then being chased down by a number of male runners where the other countries had varied their order, but now it's locked in that you must go male, female, female. So the New Zealand A team, Lex Ravel Lewis, will lead them out fresh off breaking his own New Zealand record earlier in the week. Can the Tongan and New Zealand 4x1 teams please make their way to post-event? The Tongan and New Zealand women's 4x1 team, please make their way to the post-event area. So the runners coming out ready for this mixed 4x400 metre relay. New Zealand, they're leading out their national 400 metre record holder, Lex Ravel Lewis. Jordan Blake will then take the baton, and Tommy Tapuni, they're pretty sure their national 200 metre record holder, Holly Rule, will then bring them home. Regional Australia, Damon Lee Salafia, Bronte Bellot, Logan Penman and Ella Penman. Tonga, Solomon Islands, and we've got a New Zealand B team with Shay Veach, Samantha Lathwood, Karangi Cotterill and Samantha Cork. And then Guam, Braden Flynn, Hazel Wilson, Jeffrey Limtiago and Alea Ray Castro. So those runners are just preparing. So you can see Lex Ravel Lewis there preparing his blocks. Can expect him to be out fast. Chased Aidan Murphy home in that 400 metres earlier in the week and did enough to lower his own national New Zealand 400 metre record. Revell Lewis seems to like setting the records in Australia. It was a very long-standing New Zealand record when he broke it in Melbourne early last year, and then lowering it this year in Darwin. Braden Flynn, the Guam first runner, you can see there in the outside lane, ready to go. Shea Beach will lead the New Zealand B team out. Leroy Alulu, Solomon Islands first runner, just coming out of the blocks there. Rodney Nanasini will be the Tongan first runner, Damon Lee Salafia. And as mentioned, Lex Revell Lewis will be chasing them all down from the inside lane. Of course, with the 4x4, the first runner runs the entire first lap in their lane, so it does look quite deceiving, but there are 3 bends, because then the female second runner will run the first. Next up on the track, our final event for today is the mixed 4x400 metres relay Open Championship. In lane 3, New Zealand A. In 4, Regional Australia. In 5, Tonga. In 6, Solomon Islands. In 7, New Zealand B. And in lane 8, Guam. 6 teams with the starter now for the open mixed 4x400 metre relay. So first runners stepping into their blocks. Braden Flynn just has a look over his shoulder to see the 5 runners who will be chasing him down over the first lap. So away in the mixed 4x400 relay, Revell Lewis for New Zealand A, as expected, away very strongly on the inside lanes. He's got 3 bends to pick up, and he's going to try and have them picked up by halfway in his leg. Shea Beach, the New Zealand B runner, will also be in his sights, in particular for national bragging rights. Jordan Blake waiting for Lex Revell Lewis. Samantha Lathwood waiting for Shea Beach. Appears to be the 2 New Zealand teams leading at the moment. Don't forget there's an extra stagger because it's the second runner that cuts in once they get to the 100 metre mark of their leg. But as they come into the change, it will be Revell Lewis changes over first, then the New Zealand B team, and the Solomon Islands next, then a close battle between Guam on the outside, regional Australian team, and back to Tonga. And as they go past that cut-in point, it is Jordan Blake for the New Zealand A team. She's running very strongly and got probably a 50 metre gap back to her countrywoman Samantha Lathwood, who's got New Zealand B in second at the moment. Julian Sosimo for the Solomon Islands, trying to chase her down, and then a steady even gaps between the remaining teams, but some of those are starting to change as they come into the straight. But the New Zealand A team, Jordan Blake will hand to Tommy Tapuni, and he takes the baton safely. About 140 for the first 2 legs. Karangi Cotterill takes the baton for the New Zealand B team. Regional Australia, a great second leg there. They've moved up into 3rd place. Back to Guam, Tonga and the Solomon Islands. So the 3rd runner for the regional Australian team, Logan Penman. He's trying to chase down the 2 New Zealand teams, but Papua New Guinea are coming hard for him. Sorry, it's Guam coming hard for him. So the Guam runner in 4th. That's Jeffrey Limtiako. He's that gap between for the minor placings is starting to close, but not the one at the front. New Zealand A, Tommy Tapuni, hands over to Holly Rule, and she's gone for glory. The only one chasing her down will be New Zealand, her teammate Samantha Cork. She takes the baton in second place. And Tonga have made the big move over this third lap, and Moley for Tonga, Penman for Regional Australia, then back to Guam and the Solomon Islands. But as they come into the straight, it will be the New Zealand A team. Holly Rule, she was given the baton with quite a good gap, and she's only lengthened it. She's coming down the straight. So the team of Lex Ravel Lewis, Jordan Blake, Tommy Tapuni and Holly Rule will take out the Oceania Mixed 4x400 Relay Championship. New Zealand B team will come home for second. Samantha Cork bringing their team home strongly, but there's still medals up for grabs because the B team can't win medals, and the Regional Australia team will finish next. Ella Penman finishing strongly, so they're invitational medals. So this is still the battle for silver, and it will be Guam will get the silver medal, Tonga will get the bronze. And Karen Tran for the Solomon Islands will have the honour of being the last athlete on the track on this day 5. So Karen finishing strongly to bring the Solomon Islands team home in that mixed 4x4. So that very exciting New Zealand win in the open mixed 4x4 relay brings to an end day 5 of the Oceania Athletics Championships from Darwin, and it brings to an end the broadcast component of this event. So we thank you for joining us across the last 5 days, whether you've been with us for a short time or a long time. You would have heard some varying voices across the week. You've had me for the last 2 days, so thank you for listening to me and joining me. And we look forward to seeing you at the next event broadcast by World Athletics, wherever that may be. We've got Diamond Leagues coming up, but this has been one of the most enjoyable with the Oceania Athletics Championships across the South Pacific. Tech shout-outs to the assistance of Global Headquarters, E3 Productions and Mojo Collective. My name is Jared Gibson, and for the last 2 days it's been me you've been listening to, so thank you for that and goodbye.
Ain't nobody gonna keep us down, keep us down.
The world awaits the first ever Ultimate Championship.
Let's go, baby!
And a home crowd roaring them on.
The world's best athletes brought together to settle the debate once and for all.
The Ultimate Championship, there's no room for mistakes.
To be Ultimate Champion, that sounds pretty good to me.
This is the greatest we have ever seen.
Call yourself a world champion, prove that you're the ultimate.
A brand new must-see championship.
There can only be one Ultimate Champion.